everybody. Welcome. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. Please tell me my sound's coming through. Yes, it is. Good. Welcome to the Citadel. Papito, what are you doing? Today we are back in Starcom. We got a new ship at the end of last stream. Not the end of last stream. The end of last stream we put some new baubles on it, like a missile launcher. Excuse me, damn. So, hi. What? So today, we're gonna test out the missile launcher on some ships. We're gonna hopefully get some more parts and pieces, get a bigger ship. We've got a flak screen we can add, but we're running out of room. So we need more points and stuff. And then there's a fighter bay, a laser, and a shield we haven't added either. And then also some sort of plasma cannon, I think? I don't know. Might be a modification. Maybe a modification to our our fixed guns, I should say, not our plasma cannons. I love you too, dog. You can stop chewing me. Thank you. So yeah, thank you guys for joining me. Thanks for watching my videos and hanging out. And yeah, we're boldly going again today. And I am about to get eaten. Haha, I've got the puppy. I've got the puppy. Okay. Down with the puppy. Yes, he's a good kid. Alright. So yeah, we're gonna get into it. Quick reminder, I am save scumming, so if you see save scumming and do not approve, I apologize. You're gonna put up with it, or you're gonna have to go somewhere else. It's just how it is. Can I help you? Yeah, good boy. Beyond that. You nutty dog. Yeah. I guess we don't have much. I guess one thing I will say is there's a good chance that there might be a Star Sector stream on Sunday. It's got 65 points. Sensors have been fully. Here we go. Fixed guns. Further increases the range. Okay. Unknown technology. Alright. So, we had an oh my god interaction out here. Ouch times 10. We haven't explored a couple of these places. Thinking we'll go back here. Oh yeah, the tribute. And I think we'll go back here and see like where this might connect us up to. There we go. Must be some, I don't know, sort of glitch or something. has some kick to it. Does this have any? No, it does not. Ooh, we got combat. Wondering what we're gonna find. That's the button. I need to learn my buttons. Make our missiles more resilient. Okay, bum rushing that the way I did was probably not my brightest mover. I'm alive, but I'm also on fire. Thankfully, there weren't more of them. The lander is only able to penetrate the low mesosphere of the gas giant due to the extreme atmospheric conditions, where they encounter a pod of gaseous squid-like creatures. Ensign Trenton attempts to make contact with a variety of EM frequencies, as well as with sounds, lights, and flight patterns, despite the creature's shy interest. There's no success. Oh, cool. This looks like a colonized world. Oh, more anomalous. That was not what I was expecting. There's still something that can be done there, though. So the missiles are nice. They're another thing. But at this stage, they are so weak to incoming, to defensive fire, that they just don't have penetration. The planet was devastated by a war for a few hundred years. In the past 200 years, judging by the age of the ruins, single cosmic attack, but a long series of spanning decades. Ooh, some titanium! I'm looking for titanium. Save. Star hammer. Okay. CXTY hauler. I think we had a mission for them, and so they owe us some money. Vessel presumed lost was reported that your engineer repaired their reactor at your own expense. We press you to accept this gold. Perhaps news of this outcome will encourage others to do the same instead of the more customary looting. Is there anything else? Achieve the devout databank you wanted. Excellent! Your assistance and discretion are commendable. We will note this in our report. Omitting the particulars, of course. Is Trey Guild set up? So I was right, he did have some money for us. He had a lot of money for us, though, it turned out. What do we got here? Collector. Single communications tower is the only artificial structure on the entire planet. Despite its age, it's still mostly intact. As notes, the tower is very similar to the one the team encountered earlier near the dust refinery. One unusual point is that while there are the normal redundancy circuits, the data in them doesn't match the primary. Have the data switched. The tower comes to life, charged by the remaining energy in its batteries, and transmits the repeating transmission into the sky for a few minutes. After several repetitions, there's a shower of sparks and some key components give out. Oh. Greetings, Commander Citadel. What did you wish to discuss? Visited a planet that you are demanding end communications. Save. Star Handler, save game. There we go. Demanding tribute from. Yes, we collect resources from them and provide for security in return. This is the lower tribute they demand from the colony. Wow, your suggestion has merit. If they were allowed to prosper a little, their production might improve in the future. Very well. You may tell them their quotas are reduced by 20%. Damn. That's actually really nice. Before I screw anything up. Ancient rock slide is supposed to weather a vessel. Remnants of that Red Raider drones. This one seems much older and without armaments, probably designed for automated repair of large structures. These may have been what the Red Raiders were based on. The original design wasn't for combat, which would explain their poor performance. So we altered the course of that one. We can teleport back there at any time. So let's keep surveying. Seeing what else we got in this system. There's a lot here. Someone went to great lengths to conceal this vessel, using thrusters to melt through the soft igneous rock until only the upper deck protruded. Inside, the team finds a bipedal skeleton clutching a heavy tool besides several large containers of titanium. Ship's log record is smashed and something has made numerous gouges in the deck plate. Gouge marks have the deliberateness to them, perhaps writing. It is indeed language, different from the rest of the ship's controls. Deliver the tribute when I'd rather die buried with it than give another ingot. Worms eating oglanth. This is followed by a longer passage, which is entirely untranslatable profanity. Trenton explains that this is not prudishness on the part of the universal translator. It simply cannot tell from the context what their vulgarity is based on. It's nice to know that the translator is not being a prude. Not based on prudishness. Oh, good. I was concerned there. But have been curtailing their research for the Dead Star due to the attacks of Void Stalkers. This contains some incomplete technical data on a vessel using experimental tech recovered from Redacted. The vessel has been lost, and there's some internal debate as to whether something went wrong with the new technology or it was sabotaged by heretic infiltrators. Report regarding detection of unidentified warp signals by Redacted, originally near the tip of the Talon Spear. This device creates a field maximizing the entropy of energy, essentially dissipating it. Cool. Oh. Mac, what are you doing, bud? Okay, no data. Atmosphere of this planet has some unusual dimethyl compounds we've never seen before. Definitely want to double check the seals on our environments before landing. Handful of broken skyscrapers rise out of the unnaturally thick yellow fog like decaying tree stumps in a swamp. After perches the lander atop one of the more stable-looking buildings. Analysis of the fog shows that it is a complex molecule that wreaks havoc with anything organic, potentially including the seals of the team's suits. Fog is probably a bioweapon intended to eliminate the population but leave the infrastructure intact. The civilization was wealthy. Scans show valuable resources in the structures, but the most safely accessible have already been removed. Have the team return to the ship for now. They return. I hit save. We save. We send them back in. I have the time crystal. Yeah, time crystal. Links to conceal this vessel using the... Oh, whoops. Alright, I know I hit save. Did I? I auto-saved the yellow fog. That's what I did. Mac! Still 8 structures that may hold valuable resources. Mac, what are you doing, bud? Unassuming storeroom with a collection of valuable minerals. It doesn't seem like its original purpose. Perhaps some previous scavengers gathered their findings here, never able to return. That was lucrative. Currently hiding a pocket of dangerous mist. Hey Alex, how you doing, buddy? Crews below 50% strength, we cannot conduct surveys until they've recovered. Made playable versions of mech NPCs in the mod. Nice. LPCs. LPCs? What are LPCs? fighters. Oh, okay. With cross-mod functionality with armor armatures. Nice. Armor armatures is a nice mod. I don't want aluminum. I love the time stone. The time stone is my friend. All bow to the time stone. More time stone. Two left. What have we got? We picked up some good amount of resources here. Having the Yttrium is a good call. Okay, so some people are less than ideal. Here's a question. Do they heal? Command crew go on survey expeditions aid in normal view and moderation. Mac. You can hear him working on something he's not supposed to. I may actually be returning to Star Sector this weekend. Where did you pull that out from, buddy? Survey team makes several passes over the location from the Brigadier log without success. Finally, Ensign Pricks pilots the lander to the precise coordinates and begins blasting the sand away with the stabilizing engines. Several meters below the surface, a large chest of neuronium containing a sizable cache of gold is revealed. The chest surface has been modeled with the pattern that made it nearly invisible to ground-penetrating scanners. Nice. So there's some unexplored planets over here. There's this guy here. And then we've got a new path. Based on what we've seen of the Bogoti, I wouldn't be surprised if they steal from each other as much as they extort from their victims. These hidden caches are probably the equivalent of their banking system. Probably. Is no one else going to comment on the fact that we met space pirates who actually bury treasure? No, I actually wasn't going to comment on that. Good bring up there. I didn't even think about it. There's a space station out here. Locon base. Flotsam spotted. Yes, and flotsam usually show signs of fragmented damage from hull collapse. It's mag sealed. We'll have to blast it open to see what's inside. Oh, was I supposed to wait to start shooting? Whoops. Anything you want to discuss? And communication. The chemistry of this planet is compatible with the observed local biology. Whether there's anything else to learn on the surface is irrelevant since they won't let us land. Fair enough. I'm sorry. Yep, my mistake. Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. Most sure this planet is unusually dense and warm due to the unusually high level of captured cosmic rays. Oh, they're actually blue now. Nice. Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Going home after that meeting we took might not be a bad idea, actually. Hundreds of glass petri dishes, dish-like containers, all filled with substrate. There definitely are fewer than 9,000 of them, so the number may be a designation for the batch or experiment number. Interesting. More resources. Nice. One of these days. Havoc is a system we haven't tried out yet. Range and speed. We want to make them harder to hit. Or harder to kill, I should say. actually do use these for long-range volleys. So that makes some sense. Mac, what are you doing? I'm eating shit, Dad. Don't eat shit. Why not, Dad? Because I don't really want to pick up after you throw it up later. So boost plasma bolt speed. Alright, I gotta see what he's up to. Mac, what are you doing? The rapscallion has retreated under the couch. Though I do know a few ways to draw him out. Come on. Come on. Yep. Some things never change. Food isn't only to a man's stomach. Okay, so these guys are healing up. Good. Alright. Havoc. What do we need? We need the titanium. We need 45 titanium. It's titanium. That's like 90% of what we need. It's like 99% of what we need. Yep. Again, it's titanium. Oh look, titanium. And charlite, but fair enough. Poo. Alright. Well, the missiles should be more effective either way. Let's actually check out the legendary steed of Welkers. Let's see what you got. Fighter, stabilizer, fighter power cell. Shield projector. Ooh. And you want silver? Question mark? Am I reading this right? 120% for silver? We want titanium. That's a little on the expensive side. You want to get rid of aluminum? Well, that makes two of us. I would like to buy fighter stuff. I'd like to buy a lot of stuff. Shield projector sounds kind of nice too. You actually are better to buy gold from. The silver seems to be the big one with him. Hi, bud. Alright, that seems more fitting. I should have sold him more, but that seems more fitting. Also, Thomas fighter drone to steer at high speeds. Heaven forbids we just, like, you know, get a fighter. The team relays the news that the locale have agreed to lower their demands on the colony. Representative is delighted given their precarity. Even a modest improvement will allow them to improve the circumstances greatly. Colony apologizes that they can offer no resources as reward for obvious reasons, but a meaningful display of gratitude is important. Explains that the team is specifically not interested in eating anyone. The colony offers a cultural relic left over from the Empire period, whose original purpose has been forgotten. Fog machine? Is this the fog machine that created the fog that killed the planet? This device can convert a digital signal into an output of colored gas and with various turbulence. Signal convert circuits have a sophisticated language processing network. Isn't there a planet? Silent Tower. Where is it? Is it down here? Yeah, Gentle Giants. It is. Yeah, well, I know where we're going. Actually, yes, save. using the lander is only able to penetrate the fog machine. Yep. Even with the device, translator's output is confusing jumble. The 3 and 1 traders ask of the 8 eyes of the 8 faces. Deep in the shadow of the burning moon. Again the trader asks. Again they say deep in the shadow of the burning moon. Very deep. In anger, the trader brings the sun too close. All burn but us. Sadness. There's some confused metaphor in the translation, but my best guess is that someone was trying to extract information from them and attacked when they failed to understand deep in the shadow of the burning moon. Oh, we got incoming. Mac, you're alright. Mac! No, now is not the time, little one. Do mathematical analysis in an obscure branch of warp field theory, trying to restructure an equation. Oh, that's why it's grayscale. Like, is my screen dying? Oh shit. No, it's just in grayscale because of the background. Mac! What the hell, Papito? Okay. Save. Devastated by war. Aluminum. Yay. Dust in the structure is actually the de-energized husk of nano-robotic swarms. Sturdy ruins stand in contrast to the otherwise desolate world. Apart from shifts and tilts due to geological activity, the buildings are perfectly intact. Their interiors are filled with dusty, desolate halls and corridors, but no evidence of inhabitants. This world seems to have avoided the conflict that impacted other planets in this region. Whatever ended this civilization wasn't a military attack. Given the quantity of the nanite dust in those fallen cities, I wonder if the swarm self-assembled to whatever purpose the inhabitants needed. It would explain the minimalist interior aesthetic. It's an interesting thought. You just said I need a chair, and a chair appeared. This ordinary looking moon has extraordinary amounts of titanium collected from centuries of meteor deposits. In a more traveled location, it surely would have been cleared by now. Missed the number, so part blank? Oh, whoops. What is this, 3? Or is this 4? Good catch, Jameson, thank you. Part 3. Thank you, thank you. I need to put a space in there. Move! I know you updated it. Go away. System info updated successfully. Thank you. Now would you get off the screen so that I can actually get in there and put a space? Thank you. Now you can say it all you want there. Thank you, Jameson. Oh, that's a lens. That's what it is. Enormous cruiser has been sitting on the surface of this temperate world for some time, judging by the trees and plants growing on its hull. Surprisingly, it is not a derelict. The energy signature is normal, and a number of its systems are powered. When the team approaches, a group of scaly bipedals comes toward to their position. After lengthy dialogue, Ensign Trenton explains that this vessel was one of many groups of refugees to flee the post-Empire conflicts. They were lucky in having the engineering skills to redirect a nearby flinger temporarily and reach this remote system. They are now concerned that with the flinger directed here, it is only a matter of time before the Locan, Devout, or others seize their vessel. We would offer you gold from our defunct engines and let you examine our ship's systems if you would promise to redirect the flinger back away from our refuge. Agreed. The vessel is an impressive one. Despite being several hundred years old, its technology under the refuge's care will likely keep it working for centuries more. We are most grateful. Once you have changed the flinger's coordinates, it will be most inconvenient to return here, so we will make good on our end of the bargain now and trust you to uphold yours. Please do not delay. It is only a matter of time before someone discovers us. I'm going to do a flyby near the sun, and then we'll head back. Yep, okay. How you doing, Jameson? One Charlotte. Oh. It's not very cheap, actually. Oh, it might be expensive. I gotta go get that Charlotte. Unfortunately, the hauler isn't going to have it. Because the hauler doesn't trade. I think our best bet is to go to the glider people. Who are you? Oh, you're another hauler. What is... 300. Whoa. You seem to be losing against us. We've lost. Easier for who? Go easier if you pay now. Refuse to pay. How can you put such a low price? Come here, come here, come here, come here. I like missiles. Missiles don't tickle? No, and I've upgraded them so that they hit more often. My first outing with missiles was, oh look, there goes my missile. Oh look, they blew up my missile. So the first thing I did when I got home was make it so they had the ablative covering, making it more resilient. It's less likely to die now. I'm gonna go down to like 100. Four for a reactor. I need one to fix the relay. I'm gonna need it eventually, but I might as well wait, I guess. Where are we at titanium-wise? It's not that bad to buy titanium from these guys. Also, oh my god, I have 200 silver. Pooh, I flew right around it. Hi-ya! Talk about whiplash. Slow speed. Alright, so we still got a mission there. Flotsam spotted. Where? Flotsam 9,440. Old and leaking. These containers make me a little concerned about what kind of science experiments the Devout are up to. A variety of volatile dimethyl compounds. The chemicals are probably the end result of a more complicated reaction. Oh, great! Speaking of, 325. Fulfill the promise. Flinger is reorientating toward the original destination. That's a relief. I'd have felt guilty if we'd inadvertently led some faction like the Localm to their location. Agreed! least it seems to be a lot more haulers around. So we haven't been. Oh shit. Getting back out there is gonna be a pain in the ass. Suppose we could fly it. Bring popcorn. Research. So yeah, I did ablative coating, yeah. Chance of stopping incoming damage. I could make him go bigger boom if I wanted. I think the first thing we want to do, higher speed missiles also means less time for enemy defenses to react. Yes. I think modular logistics gives us another 10 hull to work with. And then the propellant is a good idea. So now, theoretically, so there's that. Well, there's that. Once again, more titanium, yeah. So, HP of 6, fire rate of 1.5. HP of 12, fire rate of 3.1. Faster and more powerful plasma turret. So, theoretically, I've upgraded, even though I halved the number of turrets. That's, what was that? So 1.5 times 4 is 6 shots a second, roughly speaking, versus 6.2 shots a second. Yeah, it's the math is technically 6, though the way they fire them seems to be staggered. So fewer shots in theory makes up for more damage. Actually, it's the same number of shots in practice, titanium, yeah. It's the same number of shots roughly, actually. Because the fire rate is 3.1. So it seems to say that it's a larger, faster, and more powerful plasma turret. So it should fire faster, 3.1 shots, but they're stronger shots. So theoretically, it's actually a little more firepower. It's a little more shots, and it's stronger damage. Theoretically. I don't know if that's true or not. I enjoy games that take the numerical out of it, because in real life there isn't a numerical. The broadsword in real life doesn't do 10 damage. The broadsword in real life takes off your arm if you swing at the arm hard enough, or takes off the head if you swing at the head hard enough. But because hard enough isn't an equative thing, for ship slots, the Mark II is better. For iridium and titanium usage, it's, yeah, fair enough. You can at least test damage by shooting at an armored plate. Fair enough. I don't know if we can actually shoot it at armored plate. But do these need titanium? No, they need yttrium? Oh, we only have 5 yttrium. Add thicker plates or make a giant brick of armor. See how deep it pens. I can only have the one ship. So I can't shoot it at anything other than other stations and other ships that it populates. I can't test it. In real life, that's how you could. I meant like in lore. Oh yeah, in lore, yeah. Fair enough. Agreed. Ooh, well, that's right. We got. Where are we sitting at? Power. Peak power draw is up a little. We could do something about that. Hey, look, guys, titanium. I wanted to replace some of these batteries, but that's not going to happen. Considering they're screwing around with antimatter, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that just recycling anything they atomize. Fair enough. Make it a research opportunity. More precise stats, the more you research it. Fair. Scanner Mark 1 leads me to believe there's another scanner, but when I look at scanner, there is no Mark 2. Makes me wonder what they're gonna do. Things to consider. Okay, well, we got some. You know, I don't think I lost any firepower. Of course, is how does the maxed loadout perform? What do you mean maxed loadout? Mixed, not maxed. Oh, you mean mix of the two types of turrets? I don't know. That is satisfying. I don't know quite why that is so satisfying to me, but it is satisfying. Alright, well, I kind of flopped on this. So I guess we're going to do it the hard way. Just goes to show you, kids, check your map before you make sure you can't go back there. Finishes Mark II is the opportune cost of the titanium, yeah. Definitely. If it weren't for that, wouldn't be so bad. But I'm just selling aluminum at this point, basically. I'm not using it for construction, almost at all. altar to the bones. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. I've been spending my downtime reviewing various articles we found. Okay. Remember that altar we found in the sandstorm, the altar to the bones, with the machinery inside? The Universal Translator had assumed a religious context. Looking at it again, I think the altar is an astrolabe. An astrolabe pointing to where the bones were taken. Now we just need to find the system. Let's see, there's a star and some planets. It'll help pick perks. There's a 4-body Lagrange sector which are uncommon. We've looked for 4 planets, 1 big, 3 small, all roughly the same distance from a central star, probably K-type. While reviewing our ship's log, I had a thought. Remember those strange gas giant creatures? They mentioned something about the shadow of the burning moon. They said something in the translator to the shadow of the burning moon. There was a planetoid close by with a high geological activity, but they were referencing that. I looked there. You guys told me I couldn't land there, which means I needed to wait until you figured it out. Great. Save. Save. Planet was recently home to some moderately complex life forms comparable to Earth's Phanerozoic era. Now it is blanketed in a smothering fog consisting of numerous organic molecules. What triggered the anomaly reading was a survey instrument labeled Station 9440. It's been too badly corroded by the atmosphere to learn anything from, but it does have some titanium. We have something from labeled that. Elite frigate? From the weapon emits a radiation that penetrates our hull easily, but is still incredibly dangerous to living tissue. Great. Just what I always wanted. In other words, it eats support crew. Yes. Yes, it does. Oh my gosh, does it eat support crew? Still has a warm core leading to occasional volcanic eruptions. Our field may have heavier elements as a result. What are we getting? What are we getting? Ooh, baby! Ooh, diberyllium. The team returned to ship. Don't know what those do, but cool and shiny. And before I do anything stupid, to save. battle stations are ready again. Flotsam is a fun word. This planet has an incredibly strong magnetic field with spikes that reach up to the 1.21 Tesla. Possibly the result of highly concentrations of rare earth metals in the core. Huh. Right now, before I go home, let's make damn sure I don't regret this. Alright. We can use a slinger to get home now. What is... So that would be an outpost, a trade outpost. Is this our unscanned? Why is that unscanned? This we haven't explored yet, which is why it's parsing. There's a trade outpost out here? Trade location. Refinery traders. Ah, that's right. The guys who want to scam us. Theoretically. In the ring world. Okay. There we are. Fortunately, support crew is only really good for repairs. Unfortunately, I need a lot of repairs. I kind of just want to set up a ship with like 6 of these missile launchers and just kind of fly into combat and just bombard things with missiles. Also, we's a moving. Like, it's not as fast as a flinger, but damn, can we get some speed up out in the void. So the question now becomes, do we teleport in? Yeah, that's probably the better option. Ooh, slow down. Well, smog. Yeah, the guy who had a drinking contest with a black hole. Come back here. You still want silver. Huh? Also, I want your parts. First, let's just go down to 100 silver. I need to get rid of this because I really don't need. He wants, that's expensive, yeah, no. So... gold is about 1 a pop. Oh, we have 48 now. Well, that's right. I gotta go check out that molten planet now too. A lot of haulers. There's like a lot more activity now that I've started blowing shit up. Yeah, burning moon. Can we scan this again? Unless they're talking about a different moon. The shadow. Cancel. What I need to do. Oh, we got a level up. Nice. It's kind of a weird way to do things. I know we end up with jacks of all trade. Masters of none. But it boosts these, and it provides more people with different ones of these, and there are certain skills that when you have a point, for every crew member that has a point in something, it gives me a bonus. So like I think it's tactical, the one that comes to my mind is everyone that has a point in tactics, I think increases the speed of our turrets by like 10%. Burning. The 3-in-1 traders. Ask of the 8 eyes, of the 8 faces, deep in the shadow of the burning moon. Deep in the shadow of the burning moon, very deep. So the shadow of the burning moon. This is supposedly shadow of the burning moon, planet close to a high geological activity. There was a planetoid close by with high geological, referring to that. Primordial desert war-torn. Dark side of said planet, not the bright side. Primordial, would that be what we're looking at? Is desert what we're looking at? No anomalies detected. killed before we get there. Ouch. So moon would give me like the Luna vibes. But this doesn't really seem burning. Desert could be burning, but that's... And nothing about War-Torn really seems burning to me. Or moon. Anyone got any thoughts? The only thing I can think of, he says deep in the shadow of the burning moon. So this would be the shadow. This, I assume primordial, would be, I don't know, does it tell me what primordial means? I assume primordial is burning, based on the looks of it. And the shadow would be off to this direction. Planetoid close by with a high geological activity. That would be in the shadow? Let's just head this way for a little while, see if anything pops up. Something popped up. This artifact is pulsing with a large amount of exotic particles with different energies than those experienced before. That's interesting. I'm assuming we can now undo that. Can I just point out, though, that in a real universe that wouldn't make any sense because that moon should rotate and the planet should rotate around the sun. So the shadow would always point somewhere else than that far out. I guess unless that's in an orbit. Well, no, even that wouldn't work. Kind of interesting. stationary except with light or something? See, the issue I have with that... Good to cast eyes on you. What can I help you with? Is the moon should rotate the planet. I don't know. I don't know how that would work. I don't think that would work that way, but maybe I'm wrong. I want to know how Oh, I bet this system looks promising. I bet this is the Bones of the Gods system. Keep the moon between itself and the nearest star. Maybe? I guess. Near constant high-speed sandstorms render most of the planet's surface opaque. The anomaly signal was barely that, even with the astrolabe's directions. The team was unsure if there would be anything down here. But just below 1,000 meters, a distinctive pyramidal shape appeared in the swirling dust. The pyramid was made to withstand the planet's terrible weather, but was left unsealed, so much of the interior furnishings have been sandblasted to fragments. Damn. A relic in the center-hurled chamber seems to have survived without a scratch, despite sitting outside its apparent container, a box made of solid neutronium. I'm detecting bone fragments of the mortal variety in the debris. Brass container. Scans show that it contains a complex network of fine connections. Find the bones of a dead god. Holy moly! Oh, you can rename the ship / commander. Nice. Doink. Doink. We got 42 titanium. That's not a lot. We got a bunch of aluminum we can sell off. Which is actually a fairly good idea, I think. And we've got 410 research points. But there's always more. Could do these. There's also this guy down here. And actually, let's check out what this... I mean, we got the feeling they were exorbitant prices, but we never actually did check on them after I got the ability to check prices. Transmitter? Here's a question. They just launch off into the middle of nowhere. so not worth it. Oh yay, more copper and aluminum. Well, there's some gold at least. The trader's prices. Oh yeah, that's not good. They use aluminum though for currency. So that's not actually so bad. Percentages actually compensate? What do you mean? You mean... No. I don't know what you mean at all. According to this, it's just all bad. They buy cheap, and they sell expensive. I hit the pro button again. That was not what I meant to do. Primitive radio device. This device was a short-range radio transmitter that's strange that a metallic object was partially ossified. Philosophers. They actually compensate when you're using different resources as currency. So titanium and yttrium have the same global price when compared to each other. Oh, what is this? It's another one of those. Reliance on the dispatch research data contains an analysis of the economic impact of transporting certain categories of high-tech technological goods. Information regarding their own constraints may well be the cause of the catastrophe. Understanding whether these constructs we rely so heavily upon pose worth substantial risk. Already several archaeologies have placed restrictions on their usage, which has consequently increased their reliance. These goods still must be manufactured by simply pushed out of sight, creating the illusion of independence. More technology. 30% markup is a 30% markup no matter if the race uses percentages are accurate between currency materials. Interesting. You know, I respect that they did it, but oh my god, the amount of math. To not have one centralized currency. It's so much easier. Hey, buddy. So basically, when they say they're ripping you off, they're ripping you off. Oh, that's the hauler. Pooh. There we go. Let's do this. On the road again. Maybe we should get like Euro Truck Simulator or something like that. Just have a, or the bus driving simulator. They're like vessel detected. Vessel is unremarkable, probably a long-distance cargo hauler. Several critical modules have been forcibly removed. Excuse me. Possibly as a result of damage. The cramped passages and rooms suggest its operatives were considerably smaller than ourselves. The tight spaces forces the team to move slowly in single file during the investigation. As it securely approaches the engineering section, previously untouched hatch slams shut, cutting them off from the rest of the team. Radio signal breaks into the team's channel. Commander is now our guest. 10 units of titanium. How to convince captives to accept a compromise of 10 aluminum. I'm fine with that. This warp capsule is capable of transferring simple elements nearly instantaneously, converted for demanding ransoms without exposing themselves. Interesting. I'm fine losing 10 aluminum. Let's save though. Let's save. Aluminum for 20 research? Honestly, kind of a steal, yeah. Well, especially when the original was 10 titanium. You can blow the derelict up. Maybe I can. Bumped into it, you can shoot it to pieces probably. Oh, good catch, Jameson. Neutronium? Titanium? Not a lot, but a pretty good haul nonetheless. Nice catch, buddy. Ooh, got another star on the horizon. Just call me second in command, I guess. You know, I'm tempted to give you the captain's seat. I get us in enough trouble. I don't know if I should get the big bucks. Plus, deniability is kind of a nice thing to have. Now that I'm working, there are times where my boss is talking about things she has to do, and I'm like, I'm so glad I'm not you. I'm sorry, that's irresponsible. I'm so glad I'm not you. I like having someone higher up the chain that I can blame. Planetoid is preformated with dozens of really deep shafts around perforated. 2 to 3 meters wide. Scans show they range in depth from 50 to over 800 meters deep. There's a slight difference. Isn't confident that the anomaly reading is actually something down there. It could be an echo distortion. The tight space and crumbling walls will make it tricky descent. Go for it, little buddy. I have the time stone. Activate time stone. There we go. Sends into one shaft, then another, then another. It's clear the stress is getting to them after making the same yo-yo joke twice. Announces that they are aborting the survey for safety reasons. Gives a delighted shriek, which is initially interpreted as relief at not having to go down any more holes, but upon returning to the surface they are holding a sliver of neutronium. No natural process could produce neutronium in this kind of geology, nor is this shaft an impact crater. I can't explain what deposited it here. So we got the flinger, but we also got this thing. But I bet the flinger will get us to another transport, and we can always come back and do that thing later, I think. So I think we're going to look for another grab tunnel first. Wormhole generator, that's what I want. No dog poo! Spent all that time trying to get in it, then I had combat music and spent all that time trying not to get in it. Will you be back here, please? I want to fight you. You have resources and loot and resources and loot. It's probably some research too, but resources and loot. Yeah, you're still. Ooh. I'm not paying you protection racket anymore, buddy. Yeah, you better run. I feel kind of bad. Mac, what are you doing? I feel like I'm always asking that, and I'm always afraid for the answer. That is not what I wanted to do. Ooh, we got the interceptor. Oh, okay, so that's a couple of ships on top of each other. Okay, got a little concerned there. Shiny to analyze? Anything at all? Force field tech. Laser tech. Nope. Surface planet. Surface of this part of the planet is marked with irregular granite intrusions. These sometimes mark ore deposits. Copper. A lot of copper. Which is okay. It's so-so. It's not a huge deal. But if it were aluminum, I'd be bitching. But as long as it's not aluminum, I'm pretty okay. Looks like we're doing this next trek on by foot. Hey, Mac Attack. Bunch of planets, damn. Second Legion. These guys are Imperial. You are in Trade Guild space without a proper clearance transponder. Identify yourself or be destroyed. Starhammer, we are represented as a Starcom. I have no orders permitting it to Starcom or Commander Citadel. Obtain a clearance code from the Guild Master or be vaporized. Aren't you Emir? We've met you before. And I know many idiots, but that does not mean I know you. We are Emir of the 2nd Imperial Legion, now hires of the Guild. Only the Guild may approve your presence in this mission. Where can we get this Guild? They hired us to provide security for this region. We are not paid to shepherd business referrals. Do so promptly. We will monitor your movements closely. Do not attempt any landings. Also make no attempts at proselytizing. Okay, so I don't want to do anything here until I talk to the guild. But there's a flinger, and that flinger might get us to a guild headquarters. You still want silver? Not quite as bad. The thing is, like, 131 yttrium is kind of expensive. How much titanium, dude? Hi, buddy. And yet, it's the good stuff for the yttrium. It's the shield projector, it's the fighter power cell. I think that's the last fighter component we need. And I don't know if that's the last shield thing or not. Hi, dog. Fancy meeting you here. Yes. Moved right in, didn't you, little one? Now you're rubbing your head on my back. Yeah. Sound quality of the dog's skull, yes. It's not hollow, is it? I hope it's not. I need a smart dog. Why are you licking my neck, little one? Yeah, he's a good boy. Oh, I love the fuzzy buddy. Okay. There we go. I think you have the genetics of a cat, dog. Regardless of anything else, you know... No, the price is actually... Hey, no biting that. Cross currency, so if anything is green, it's probably good to buy / sell. Yeah, you're not wrong. That is my hand. That is still my hand. So the question is, should I buy aluminum from this dude? Okay. If that's how you're gonna be, buddy, you're gonna have to get down. Because I know a great place to sell it. You can dump all your silver. Sell it to the glider guys, yeah. That's fair. I still gain 2 yttrium. nuked his sale price, yeah. It's a buy price for aluminum. So there you go. We knew we were gonna nuke his... some of it, at least. Well, if I'm going to be honest, I've already nuked his buy price for silver 2 times before, because originally it was 111%, plus 111%. Ooh, there's a space station? Hey, you, come back here. Titanium and aluminum. I love space stations. Ooh, 8 titanium. 8 titanium. Oh, let's see what you got. Take us down to 100. It's 267 silver. Seems like a good price. Yeah, what I pinned though was like a smaller ship ago. It's not needed. I'm ignoring it. It also says I need 2 iridium. I think that was for some upgrades that I was planning way back when. So I'm not that worried about it. Also, uranium and yttrium are good to buy here as well. Oh yeah, good catch. What does 200 do? It gives me a lot of issues. 100. Maybe not that good. Well, there's enough for another 2 missile launchers. Damn, dog. dog through the fish. By the fish, I mean the fish. I don't know if you can see the dog too. Yeah, you can see the dog too. um, and it hit the television and knocked some stuff off the television stand. And left the fish on the television stand. Puppy is crazy. I should just get a camera with this room and clean up this room and have nights where I just throw stuff and the dog just runs. Something tells me it would be good for everybody. Let's return home. More resources? Yeah, more resources. Turning on that thing was the best decision I ever made. I wasn't so sure about it at the time, but now I'm 110% sure that that was the right decision. We don't have Havoc launchers on our ship, so there's no point in that. We might as well increase the yield, actually. Plasma? Increases the range of our plasma. Yeah, that makes sense. I want cruiser hulls. What is cruiser hulls? 400. What did I just have? 400. Faster rotation. Energy production for 175 points. It's tempting. Could go fixed guns Mark II. Faster missile turning would be less missiles in the void. And plasma bolt speed, fine. No more points. Alright. How much titanium do we have? We have 102 titanium. So we actually have some titanium right now. Do. Yeah, this is the one that I'm... Missile Scout, Plasma Scout. So there's some pre-builts. Plasma Cruiser. Gunship Cruiser. Advanced Plasma Cruiser. Frigate Explorer. Interesting. I don't want to use other people's ships, though. Medium battery. 40 and 40 is 80. What does it take for a Havoc? Havoc is 40. So we can do 2 Havoc launchers, one on either side, somehow. Or we could do the batteries. Or we could do 2 more plasma cannons. Or 2 more missile launchers. All of a sudden, the choice got really difficult. Put thrusters on the bottom of the wings. Propulsion? Oh, you mean put more thrusters? It's 50. Well, or we could do 2 more. To 2 more, yeah, 2 more Mark II engines. Or we just do Mark I engines. Oh no, the aluminum's gone. Fair. Question is, do we want more plasmas or do we want more miscals? Because we could do that. Or could do that. In my new power draw, simulate heat. Could also do the Havocs. So yeah, plasma weapons suck heat. Go figure. Yeah, the internal plasmas cook. That is definitely true. But they've been there the whole time. So even if they're cooking, they're still doing an oh my gosh amount of damage while they cook. Central bulkhead and add another space for them to cool at. I guess. Look at that, I'm an engineer again. Yeah. And congratulations, you have created, what is that ship from Space Engine or Stationeers or Stationeers? God, it's Sundar Sector with the hole in the middle. The battleship. Oh, we can make another fixed gun because that gave us aluminum. Paragon, yeah, there you go. My concern with that is that by removing the bulkhead, it doesn't reinforce all of this. Although this does have bulkheads up here. But we've been, I mean, face tank is my definition of combat. Double bulkhead, you say? I like how these are the only 2 pieces of armor we have. Ironically, kinda, yeah. Always widen the front for more armor. these take? Aluminum and iridium. I've got that. Well, these actually take aluminum. Oh, look at the cooling on that now. Okay. I don't think I could. I also don't have the materials because I need 35 aluminum. I mean, I guess I forget that this doesn't technically connect over here. Yeah, no. Oh, these are thrusters, not vents. Yeah, still no. Ooh, I did it again. I even thought about it and did it the wrong way. So this is an issue. Although... I need 2 titanium. Fudge. 2 titanium. Once again, titanium is your bane, yes. The bane of my frickin' existence. Maybe that'll work. have heat vents, you want it to benefit as many systems as possible. Not sure vents on the side benefit your ship that much. And they're eating titanium. They are benefiting these systems, though. If I pull them, see how fast those heat up? If I leave it, it keeps it down. So it is a benefit to have the vents there on the side next to the Plasma Mark II guns. And that, now by having those between the two, will cool both sets of plasmas. So that actually helps a ton. What do connectors require? 25. Of course, now I'm kicking myself for getting rid of all of my aluminum. Oh well. What are you doing, buddy? Okay, so now those are cooking. I think that's our best shot. For now. Whoa. That's got some sexy lines to it. Ah. Good old power draw. Oh, frickin'. Well, that's kind of cool. Just realized I've been shooting my friends. Oh, no, I don't. Good. Thank God. Oh, yeah, there's that our power draw. Woo-wee. Look at that sucker go. Maybe a future iteration will have those? Actually, undo that. Plasma Mark. But the current iteration is getting missile launchers. Still got power issues, but not quite as bad. And I can do that now. Okay. I think the puppy needs to go out, so I'm going to take a quick break, take the dog out. I believe missiles are cheaper than main plasma guns. Let's check this out real quick. 45 titanium, 22 yttrium, 48 uranium. So it's more titanium. Or titanium. 48 versus 45. So it's 3 titanium more. And then it's 12 versus 22. I mean, 3 titanium, 6 titanium total is kind of a moot point. It is moot at this point compared to what we actually need. So, anyway, I'm gonna take the dog. I will be right back. Ads start in 12 seconds anyway. So, see you all on the other side. Oh, ads are in progress. I read that wrong. Well, I'll see you guys later. God damn it. I'm gonna take the dog out. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you guys for joining me, and hopefully I see you all on the other side. Some days I just can't win. Alright, sorry about that, everybody. I was back. Thank you for putting up with that. Alright, where are we going? Might be better to teleport here and just go across. That's guild space. I'm concerned to play around with it too much. Without knowing entirely what it is. You guys say something new now that we've located guild space? Nope. One of these buttons will do something. So it looks like the 2nd Legion are now mercenaries, which is unique. I wasn't expecting it, let's put it that way. Compared the molecules from the corrosive yellow fog anomaly in the local space, fog anomaly, I've concluded the latter is a result of the former breaking down over many years. Huh. Wow. We got some good speed. I picked up another planet. Another couple of planets. Pretty desolate little area, though. Unless something major happens, there's just nothing out here. Something major just happened. Refuse. Back off a little, let some stuff cool off, let my missile launchers reload, maybe put out a few fires, that kind of thing. Then again, maybe not. Blinded by the light. kind of boring. But we picked up something new. Is that it? Just that? Plasma pressurizer. Superionized into the high temperature state of matter for a plasma weapon. Okay, we can now research the Brodiner cannon in the lab. It's slower, more energy intensive, but devastating at close range. Interesting, interesting. And 30 research points. I think we picked up a little titanium. Can I put out the fires and restock the missiles before you show up? Is this an option? No? Okay. Okay, You just had to open your mouth? Yeah, I think I'm glad I opened my mouth, to be blunt and honest. Can I open my mouth again and get the same result? Although, now that I've said that, I'm going to end up with a fleet that just eats me alive. Cash, this one frozen in a sheet of crystalline methane. Cash had a document on its underside. The chest must have been placed atop it, and it stuck from the cold. It's a map with a big X on it. No, it's a set of warp gate coordinates. I'm adding them to the nav computer. Chamber for cooling a crystalline lattice. This is part of a high-energy beam system. This is a component of a laser weapon system. If we find more, we can learn the tech ourselves. They have had us doing this with these caches. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But we did find ourselves another gate. This pyramid has a wide open entrance that leads to a small complex of chambers. The team conducts an exhaustive search but comes up empty-handed. The general tidiness suggests it was left in an orderly manner, unlike some previously visited pyramids. Just after the lander lifts off, Itho spots something that didn't register on the anomaly scanner. Prix pilots the lander to a small, promontory a few kilometers away from the pyramid, where the team finds a small encampment. It had until recently been well concealed, but erosion has caused its camouflage barrier to collapse. In the camp is a bipedal skeleton in an envirosuit. A compact transmitter and a small collection of shorthand notes. The skull has 3 ocular openings in similar configuration to the Devout. Could be the same species or a close relative. Rot 9, first report. Evacuation is complete. I have settled into my observation routine. Nothing eventful. 17. No report. Perhaps we were wrong. I must not get my hopes up. 37. The Fanatics arrived at 23. Their search of the Academy took 1.6 rotations. Detailed search out 2 radius. Fly over out to 5. more organized than I had expected, but not confused fanaticism. Do not confuse fanaticism for madness. They pass nearby, but my cover is excellent. I wait 13 rota to transmit, even though I know they will not be able to find you. 73, water ran out 3 rotations ago. This will be my last transmission. I hope my meager observations proved you some useful intelligence. The transmitter is an unusual design powered by an external source which still contains some Charlite. Charlite? Item acquired, burst transmitter. This device is capable of transmitting short, high-targeted burst transmissions across a great distance. Sweet. Guess what? It's called a burst transmitter. Speaking of, could swap some batteries for reactors. Maybe? This portal has an encrypted lock, but the key we discovered from the kaleidoscope allows access. There's a deep thrum in the energy readings as the artifact comes to life. Space technology readings show a wormhole starting to form. Hi! Ow, 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 ow. I don't know if I killed him or you killed him, but he's killed. Oh. Interesting. It's only a wake-up call. Yeah, considering this is like one of the first places we ever adventured. That was fun. I mean, it wasn't that bad, all things considered. Just more of a surprise than anything. Speaking of surprise... Do I have any aluminum I want to sell? No. So much for their PD, yeah, I know. To be honest, though, those are small-time stations. They aren't very big. So it doesn't surprise me that the PD doesn't do much. Ooh, I didn't end up knocking into him. Booyah. Zoom. Now where do we want to go? Down here or back up here? Let's go down here. not too sure I want to play with the guild, quote unquote, quite yet. Besides, this looks like fun. Ish. Ding 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 ding. Ooh, outpost? Question mark. Who's outpost? Bad guy. Red Guard? Who are the Red Guard? Okay, well, they don't like me. Yeah, kind of a waste. More surgical approach is warranted for these? At least less half-assed. Advanced relay. Titanium composite. Fabricated component has some common features of the Red Raiders we've encountered before, but incorporate designed improvements. So the Red Guard must be the improved Red Raiders? Okay. Did we not find anything? Yeah, no anomalies. Elite interceptors. Oh. This moist planet is mirroring the early genesis of life on Earth. Some very simple single-celled organisms are aggressively converting the that stuff atmosphere into an oxygen-rich one. Some of these sample organisms have a prototype membrane, revealing a novel evolutionary path. Lander skims along the water to various sites where Ensign Rhea takes samples and conducts analysis. Some points, not bad. It did mention if you blow off the parts first, you'll get a higher chance of getting any research materials from them. And again, one launcher, 3 missiles. Most other ships have one launcher, 1 missile. Maybe? I don't know. I thought most ships had like 2 launchers, but maybe I'm wrong. I have 4. A ship's life pod lies partially crashed in the sand. Its escape hatch was opened from the inside, although it's unlikely a survivor could have lasted long in this environment without aid. The pod's log is intact. My dung on intelligible for this job. The star's radiation fried our armor and intelligible a hole in our hull. Made it to the field generator, but the acceleration stress caused the starboard engine to detonate, throwing us out of the field. Intelligible still in the hold. How did the team return? No survivors. Oh, there's some out there. Flinger victim. This vessel has been put through the ringer. Damn. This hull shows both heavy thermal radiation damage and kinetic damage from nearby explosions. One life pod appears to have been ejected. The cargo hold has been ruptured, but some quite valuable contents remain. It's kind of nice to be able to fly your ship like this, too. The legendary steed of Weskmog. Hey, steed. What have you got to trade? Beam refractor, focusing lens, fighter parts, shield projector. Oh. You want this stuff. I'm inclined to give you at least some of it. You don't really want gold, so I'll buy some from you, I guess. You don't really have a high markup. You don't want any more silver, apparently. I could give you some Nurum. Everything takes 2, and we have a bunch. We're almost to this fighter part. I wish I could tell how many more shield or fighter parts I need. I think I only need 1 more fighter part, though, to unlock the fighter bay. So you just grabbed lasers, and there's 2 laser parts. Similarly, the last fighter and shield part you need. Yeah. Shows you how valuable the shield parts are. I guess this is a fact. A shield might be better than a laser or a fighter for me right now. Also don't have any more uranium. First of all, we're going to execute that trade. Presumably shields will require power. That is true. And power is being held up by, drumroll please, titanium. Yay, titanium! So the question is titanium or power. Shields or fighters? Considering my face tankingness, probably want to go with shields. But fighters is cool. But shields. But fighters. Assuming missiles barely require power, fighters may follow the same boat. You know, shields require more reactors to keep up. I've also run across more ships with shield generators than I have with fighter complements. So let's go with fighters. And hope we run across some shield parts. Ow. Oh, here's another data bank. On internal communications of the Arcadian Singularity executive team shows subject use of encryption. Send a cuirass to indict vessel and question. Provides a limited high-density power supply ideal for small autonomous attack craft. That's it. We can now research fighter drone construction. Drones consume aluminum, but can attack enemies while we keep a safe distance. Say it with me. Fudge. So it converts aluminum. Suddenly a use for aluminum. A very expensive use. But a use nonetheless. Yes. Agreed on all accounts. Fudge. Yeah, we bailed. Oh, you're still alive. Forgive me, I thought you were dead. The unstable late-stage red giant is radiating more energy than expected due to an increase in its triple alpha processing. I think I'm also taking damage out here. Well, Red Guard are significantly more durable than their previous brethren, yeah. But then it is believed that their previous brethren were actually designed to be repair ships. So they were never actually designed to have guns on them to begin with. Missiles away. I got out here. Oh, because it's on fire and has no control. I think I just hurt myself. I move faster than my missiles out here. That's actually kind of funny. I don't know if that was worth it or not. Even more flotsam? Where is the flotsam? There's the flotsam. This is gonna hurt to get flotsam. It didn't hurt to get, thank God. Yeah, go figure. A 3-meter pillar-like object protrudes from the ground. Scanners had difficulty locating it. If there were any other artificial structures on the planet, they might have missed it. Based on the surrounding rock, Ensign Perks guesses it was mostly buried on impact years ago and has gradually been exposed by weather. There once was a man from a mass who had balls made out of brass. When they clanged together, they played stormy weather and lightning shot from his ass. Brass pillar. None of our equipment can penetrate the object, at least not without risking catastrophic damage. It has several connection points, suggesting it is part of a large machine or structure. Larger machine or structure. 9011. Dead wood. Literal dead wood. Hundreds of kilos of dead, desiccated tree roots. They have been sterilized and irradiated, so it is difficult to tell whether there was anything interesting about them to begin with. Okay. Trying to break you off. Fine, I'll just blow you up. The remnant derelict is composed of an unknown non-destructible material that could have... What could have destroyed it? There's some expensive stuff in here. Whoops, wrong one. Scan show a few debris elements composed of materials repair its own structure when damaged. Are comprised of a material that repairs its own structure when damaged. I don't think your fleet is big enough to take on the Remnant. Probably not. Can also investigate the background object. I know. I know. I need to get myself a loot. After analyzing the self-healing material we found in the remnant derelict debris, I figured out how we can research a simpler version to improve repairs. Alright, just a few more shots and then I'll go away. By go away, I mean I'll explore this thing. First of all, abstract shapes. High energy practical module or particle module or modulator. This remnant tech is so advanced it's difficult to understand its purpose. Oh, alright. Save. Oh. The survey team winds their way through the twisty, broken wreckage. Their tools are unable to cut through most of the vessel, and the parts they can cut quickly heal themselves. Listen, Gleese wonders to no one in particular what could have destroyed it. Along their route, they find a few resources that can be accessed. Eventually, they find an opening to what is presumably the bridge. The layout is hard to understand, but there appears to be what could be a captain's chair for a humanoid, located directly above another station. Translator interprets symbols between them as Talonian Pilot Interface. You okay, bud? The second station is shaped like a giant throne, with numerous power and data connections. There's a reference in one of the Fallen Empire records of kings riding on the heads of brass giants, who steered invincible chariots. We just picked up a brass pillar with connection points. Brass giants. And this would be a quote-unquote invincible chariot. I'm going to do a little bit of looking around first. Anything shiny and new? Nope. Okay, well that was anticlimactic. Ooh. That is one of them nasty boys. Speaking of shields, 2 ships with shields, yeah. Like I said, I've seen more shields than I've seen, fighter craft. That's the one I'm looking for. I've actually only seen 1 space station with fighter craft. That's it. I haven't seen any ships with fighter craft. Well, looks like that's our next exploration point. Oh, we do have that over there, I guess. Did you? You left the... Yeah, there we go. And, yeah, more stuff. Booyah. For once, I actually want aluminum, though. We've encountered ships that seem like improved Red Raiders. So it seems. I examined the analysis on the component you recovered. It's the same, but different. Thanks, that's really, really articulate of you. It looks like it was manufactured in a similar factory as the factory you discovered, but with a more advanced design. Possibly who or whatever is responsible for these drones is learning how to improve them. Oh, that's reassuring. This is speculation, but the factory you found is certainly capable of making much more advanced ships. Unless the drone maker has some reason for deliberately making suboptimal drones, the factory was not their own. Or rather, factories, plural. Since the factory shut down was still making the alpha version. I'm very interested in this remnant wreck you found. This technology may be key to reopening the wormhole, besides being of great interest to Starcom. Commander Dolson told me she suspects that the brass pillar you found may be a fragment related to the wreck. After conferring with the rest of the command staff, I believe finding more objects like this is a priority. Yes, sir. Ooh, 600 research points. Damn, son. We can unlock some shit. Allows an alternate fire mode of our fixed guns. With higher energy costs, slower rate of fire, but much greater damage. Good to know. Fighter drones. Allows the construction of a fighter drone hangar. Fighters cost 1 unit of aluminum for a squadron of 5. That's not bad. That is not bad. Fast attack. increases the rate of fighter drone production. Increases the amount of damage fighters can take. So our fighter attack speed, reaching their target faster and making them harder to hit. Ouch, that hurt. Material memory. Modules will retain a memory of their structure, speeding up repairs by 7%? Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. I want cruiser hulls, though. Where are we? Where are we? What do we do? Other weapons. Fighter bay. Damn, son! You got some cojones. Oh, poo. That was not what I intended. Oh, well. Energy. Let's deal with some energy issues first. Well, alright. I need this. So it's gonna go there. We still can deal with some energy issues. Alright. 55 titanium. Okay, we can make a couple of... we can make one of these. We can make one of these. Slightly unfortunate, but oh well. First, we're gonna pull these engines. I think what we're gonna do... Reactor. Medium battery. Okay, so we don't have energy problems for a while. We could... Still don't have energy problems. Frickin' hell, that's huge? Yeah, it is huge. It is a big boyo. But it's also kind of pretty. You did remove a nose gun. That is true. So, how do we want to reattach the sucker? How much deuterium? How much aluminum? Well, we've got things to work with. That's right. All of this requires like buku amounts of iridium. Oh, we only have one iridium left. I guess that makes sense. How much? What is this? Yeah, 25 iridium. That makes sense. You know, on second thought, use point is well seen. Oh, that hurts. We've reached max size. Poo. I need 400 research points. Junk a couple of remaining batteries. What does this have? 75. You're not wrong. Yeah, that has more battery power in that one than in those two combined. Huh, at this rate we could call it the H-Wing and we wouldn't be that far off. I mean, if your worst power draw still keeps you net positive, do you really need batteries? Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time... What does this need? Titanium and Nurium. What don't I have? I don't have titanium. Of course I don't. Why would I have titanium? Titanium. Poo. I don't have a lot of anything. Battery. Yeah, that's right. Again, titanium. This is downright comical at this point, honestly. Yeah, you're not wrong. I've reached my max size again. Oh, whoops. And once again, the survey lander's sticking out my ass. Oh well. Haha. Yep, max size. I guess I could pull the batteries again. That doesn't look as bad. Actually, that's not bad at all. And we can put another fixed gun right there. Losing some thrust, sadly. True. That is true. Yeah. We lost, what, 4 engines? Yeah, we need, of course, titanium. Probably remove the centerline thruster and place 2 either side instead. Oh, I can actually add another. Okay, there we go. Max size reached. Power draw is a little scary. We could put plasma guns in here if we had more points. Oh well, I need what? 400 points? 400 points, yep. This thing is starting to live up to its Starhammer nickname. Fighters are autonomous long-range drones controlled like other secondary weapons. If we have a primary lock on launch, they'll focus on that. If not, they'll defend the ship. Nice. Yeah, we lost some thrust, but it ain't bad. Got that. We also got this. Let's head over here. Oh, wow. Do you see how much more space was exposed when it was warped in? Damn. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. I didn't think it would, but I thought I'd try. Oh, we have the warp coordinates for that? Damn, that's even better. I know we have the gate coordinates for that. We have 3 squadrons of fighters? Damn. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Well, fighters are mean and annoying little bastards. Yes. Yes, they are. Though I imagine when we encounter stations and stuff with the flak screens, that'll be a little less effective. But yeah, ships with plasma guns, this is going to be a little fun to just watch run for their lives. Oh, that was hilarious. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Okay, I might be really glad that I have these right now. Broadcast message from one of the planets in the system. Want us to send someone to talk to their negotiator. So I may be smaller than you, But I pack a very large punch. Made aluminum back and then some, yeah. Well, the other thing too is it looks like the fighters land. So as long as they don't get destroyed, I might actually collect my fighters back. So it might not consume as much aluminum as at least I feared. Maybe we feared. Both of these planets are landable. Oh, and there's another dude way out there. Gas giant. Well, the other thing too is, let's be honest, all those fighters is 3 aluminum. In a shallow, rocky cave on this ocean world, the team finds sunken box. Inside are bars of pure gold. The treasure is an enigma. There are no signs of current or past civilization on the planet. Also time. It's 11:03. And it's a weekend. And I may have a haircut at 11:30 tomorrow morning, but I don't care. But thank you, Jameson. I appreciate it. I also have to help my father, unfortunately. Signal originates from a vessel scuttled at the bottom of a shallow rocky lagoon. Within, the team makes their way to the bridge, which has been converted to a meeting chamber where a lone Brogadar sits opposite. Greetings, Starcom representative. My name is unimportant, but I have been authorized by the Brigadier to negotiate cessation of hostilities. In exchange for our protection from you, we are prepared to offer 3 neutronium chests of gold plus trade opportunities. What say you? On one hand, trade. For now. You get loot from turning them into scrap. Yeah, that's true. Also, on the other hand, revenge. I don't know. I mean, we don't necessarily need more enemies amongst the stars, but at the same... That for now thing is really tempting, because it makes me think I can come back and do this offer later. Like, whenever I get bored, I can just do this offer. Well, let's reject the offer for now. Save, Starhammer, 0.2. Oh, just 2. Save. So yeah, it looks like I can do this whenever. What was... Okay, so that's this. Delete. Starhammer is safe. I'm just gonna let this sit until we're ready. Kind of funny that they were trying to do a protection racket on you, and the tables have turned on them. Yeah, there's cosmic irony in that. No anomaly, I kind of figured, yeah. Well, you guys just hang out there. Eventually I'm sure I'll get bored of blowing up your ships. Maybe. We'll see. I kind of doubt it. It breaks up, you know, the monotony. And unless the devout get a lot more persistent, I don't see a reason to. Prevalent's probably what you want. Yeah, that is actually the word I wanted. Prevalent. Good catch, Jameson. There's a fair bit here. Guild Trader. That is actually what we're looking for. Greetings, alien being. I am Master of the Imperial Trade Guild. Whom do you represent? I am Commander Citadel of Starcom. We are peaceful explorers seeking information and trade. The guild requires craft not associated with a member state to purchase a transponder code to conduct commerce in this region. The price of the code for a single vessel is 10 iridium. What if we don't purchase a code? Attempts to conduct commerce or landings on any worlds in this region are forbidden. Our Emir Legion security will enforce compliance. We will return when we are prepared to purchase a code. Very well. Consider yourselves warned against landing on any world until then. 10 iridium. Okay. That's a little on the pricey side. Not bad, though. Except for the fact that my front end is made out of iridium, because that's what my fighter bay is made out of. Pooh. So we need to buy or find 9 iridium. Let's see if the Illuma ladies... I don't know why I have the glider people as women primarily, but that's what I've got in my head. I don't know, maybe because men don't strike me as... I mean, I know men can use gliders, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, they don't strike me as the kind of folk who are like, yeah, gliders, as much as maybe a woman who's probably more graceful than most men I know. Not that men can't be graceful, but I don't know a lot of them. It could just be that I'm imprinting my own bias based on my own personality and body structure on most men. That's entirely possible. Ooh! 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 Oh! Yeah. Away! Go, my minions! Well, that was quick. You know, usually I'm not one for the swarm tactic. I'm enjoying the swarm tactic. So you want aluminum. And I need iridium. If I take this down to 200, not 20, 200. Where, whoops. Oh, so you can just click on it to get to it. Interesting. I can make a lot of fighters with 200 aluminum. I think they trade in aluminum instead of silver. They use the aluminum to make their gliders. So I think that's why they don't trade in the aluminum. Because it's used as a construction component too much for them to see it as a commerce component. That's my theory, at least. Not exactly in my favor, but I'm pretty sure we're going to find aluminum anyway. Considering how much of it we've had to deal with. Pooh! Also, if they're purchasing stuff with iridium, I'm gonna bet that their currency is iridium. Out here. Can you imagine having more than one fighter bay? Oh my goodness. That could be a lot of fun. Oh, he will obtain clearance. Oh, this is the Legion. Second Legion Scout. What are you? You're a Legionnaire too, aren't you? Second Legion Scout. Yeah, where? God damn it. I gotta go further to find a guild representative. I just want to buy a ticket. Before I piss everyone in the universe off, because I really don't want to piss off the guild. What does the heavy look like? Oh, that's a heavy? Okay, that's not that imposing. Never mind. I was hoping for something bigger. Not that I was going to tangle with it, I just was curious what it looked like. Gosh, darn it. Yeah, Second Legion, Second Legion. Where the hell is the guild? Second Legion again. So it looks like they're paying a lot to the Second Legion. And have no craft of their goddamn own. Pardon my language. It's getting frustrating though, trying to find one Legionnaire vessel. Or not Legionnaire, guild vessel. It looks like we may have popped out the other side of their territory. But I don't really want to test that. Well, let's start back over here. Second Legion. Second Legion. Second Legion. They're both Second Legion. Great. There's a guild trader. You better stay in system, butter. I'm gonna start going on a rampage. Purchase. Excellent. It was a pleasure to gain a new trading partner. You are now permitted to freely travel within the zone and conduct peaceful commerce. We have many answers. All information is valuable unless information has a price. 1 iridium, 1 iridium. You called it the Imperial Trade Guild. We were under the impression the Empire no longer exists. Indeed, for a long time, but our charter has no clause to be revoked except by the Imperial Council. Since the fall, we have been forced to restrict our area of operations to a region where we can operate safely. We'd like to trade. As our primary purpose, our charter grants us an exclusive right to buy artifacts as well. If you have any you no longer have use for. Oh my god. Oh. So I can sell those here. Okay. Your commerce is iridium, which is kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, you want gold. You also want copper. I can part with some copper. Quite easily. Remnant scroll and brass joint. That's one of those pieces. So we're going to need to get up to 99 iridium whether we like it or not eventually to trade for that. The question becomes, do we just sell all this stuff? Plasma rifle, plasma pressurizer. Missile parts. It might be worthwhile to sell like the missile parts. We're not going to get anything out of it. Fixed gun parts. Fighter parts. I mean, yeah, maybe I should just sell some of these. Don't we have some, like... What is shield matrix? We're at 63, damn. Amber Skull. So it looks like if we don't need it anymore, it would be in here. Because I'm not seeing some things that we've picked up along the way. Is gold used for anything? Engines. Yeah. Reset. We'll go with 200. What is this used for? There's another. I can pick up a lot of aluminum from these dudes. They are giving the aluminum away. Oh, you still don't want aluminum at all, period. Goodbye. Got it. Save. Starhammer 2. That is what I would call lucrative. Now let's go back to the beginning of this and start exploring some of this stuff. See what kind of trouble we can get into. I mean, what kind of stuff we can learn. Moderate-sized colony is nestled around a crater lagoon. Given the ratio of landing pads to permanent structures, it is probably a trade-driven economy. After a guild compliance officer verifies Starhammer's guild codes, the team is permitted to visit the administrative offices or trade in the public market. An amphibian introduces as the local administrator provides your team with a direct comm feed to Starhammer. I'm delighted to answer any questions. We're interested to learn more about this colony. The administrator seems surprised and pleased to discuss the colony. Like many, we are the survivors of the fallen empire. Over 128 years ago, a Nemean merchant built a supply outpost in this lagoon. Since then, this has grown into the most successful trade operation within 16 sectors. We would like to be more self-sufficient in food production, but the imperial flora makes that difficult. What's imperial flora? He seems to be amused by the question. This used to be a popular spot in the empire, so naturally it was carefully cultivated. Anything we try to grow here can't possibly compete with the imperial engineered flora, which is beautiful, hardy, and useless. Traders know this and charge us exorbitantly for food supplies, and consequently our merchants must raise their prices. We already have trouble competing with other guild members. Why are the Emir so concerned about proselytizing? Several sectors where the Emir have operated previously have been converted by the devout who provide their own security services. The Second Legion have lost several lucrative contracts. I have heard rumors that the devout now have a few Emir converts. Embarrassing for them if true. Not that I object to the devout. I'm not a believer myself, but have no prejudice. The administrator probably does object to the devout, but is concerned about repercussions from them. No more questions. Public markets. Oh, wow. Suction device? What have you got? You guys buy iridium. I like whole numbers. What can I say? So that counts as a trade. Aha. Nature is generally very good at finding paths to extract potential energy. I'll bet somewhere a life form has figured out how to process imperial flora. If we find some, we might be able to help the Aquarian colony. Log. This machine can convert a variety of algae into a food bar. Scans show the bar is technically edible for humans, but would work better as an emetic. What is an emetic? All right, time for the word search of the day. That was not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. E-M-E-T-I-C. Medic. Causing vomiting. It was either that or I suppose diuretic, I know. Suction device. Portable dissolution plant, probably capable of approximately 2,000 liters per day using reverse osmosis. Our techniques are superior, but it does have some interesting ideas. Okay. Kind of cool how we can help people. Ooh, speaking of aluminum. High bauxite deposits embedded in an exposed cliff face. Good old bauxite. It couldn't just be raw aluminum or aluminum ore. No, it had to be bauxite. Because humanity needed more names for one thing. Oh well, I'll stop bitching. Maybe. Nah. I want to put... Isn't bauxite what cardboard boxes are made of? God damn it, Squirrel. I wish it were that easy. Actually, it's what aluminum boxes are made out of. And that's not a lie, or a euphemism, or anything. My mic is really soft. Is that better? This is the thing I hate about this mic, is that I have boosted it into the stratosphere, as far as I can tell. And it's still really soft. That's a bit better. Appreciate it. Filters? Do you have any filters on? You do have noise, good quality, more CPU usage. Great. Noise suppression. Are you treating my voice as noise? Pooh. I don't know. I suppose I could talk loud. I just muted myself. That was not what I wanted to do. Oh, advanced audio properties. Here we go. Well, that's not what I want. Mute output. Sync offset. Volume percentage. Should this go up? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No. Is this helping at all? Is this helping at all? Yep. Oh, cool. How much more does it need to go up? I didn't know that this would do something. I suppose I could, like, crank this, and then I can just use the... That should probably be fine. Here, I'm gonna go to town with this little slider. All right. Now, theoretically, I've gone to town. Oh, it turned it way down. Okay. Now I understand how this works, and I'm pissed. 20? 15. No. 15. Poo. 15. There we go. How is that? Is that better? Or is that way loud now? Really quiet now, yeah. Yep. Is this good? Because, alright, so the way it works is I can go to advanced properties and boost it here, but the instant I touch the slider in the mixer, audio mixer, that's usually, wow, I just redlined the audio mixer here. That's usually in the display. It turns it back down to 0 here. So apparently, yeah, is this too loud for everyone or is this good? How is it? I don't want to break anyone's ears. But it's also nice that I figured out how to turn up the damn volume. Sounds good on my end. Alright, well, I'm going to assume it's good on everyone else's unless I hear something else. So, speak now or forever be blown out of your eardrums. Well, until you say something. So, going once, going twice, going thrice, goodbye. And we're back to the game. Woo! So we do have the iridium. We could learn about these things. It's only one iridium. Let's do it. An evolution of a religious movement that began during the late Empire period who believed the remnant were divine entities who would reveal a secret paradise. This new, more aggressive sect wishes to take a more proactive approach to revealing the paradise. As such, they have begun aggressively seeking out particular artifacts related to the remnant jewels. In recent years, they have become more aggressive with their outreach. To curtail their conversions of our trade regions, we have been forced to charge increasingly dearly for transaction codes. Why do you sell them at all? It is demanded by our charter. We must sell access to our trade region to any faction that has not instigated hostilities against another guild member. The devout may be wrong in their beliefs, but they are not fools. Is there anything else? Information about the Ymir. The Ymir were formerly the regional enforcers of the Empire. Since its fall, they have divided into mercenary factions. The Ymir in our employ were formerly of the Second Imperial Legion. For security purposes, we cannot divulge details on their contract. Other Ymir factions can be found in the employ of those with lesser means. With respect, their capabilities are somewhat less formidable. Is there anything else? Let's check out trade. I could get rid of the smelly appliance. Plasma rifle. Plasma pressurizer. Energy cells. Devout debris. It's only one iridium though. I need a bunch for that. Burst transmitter. Containment object. Ancient calculator, amber skull, alien device? Question mark. Advanced relay. Move. Anything here we want to deal with? Gold. Well, I mean, we could find probably someone who trades in gold, which means they have an abundance of gold. I kind of want to buy some Chairite. Oh, wow, we've picked up a bunch of this. Okay, wow, that was unexpected. That's another reactor. That's one whole more reactor. Alright. Now I can explore the crap out of this area. And nope, that's closer to go further. Got it. This is, yeah, Second Legion. Starhammer. Structures detected from orbit are an array of well-maintained moisture collection pylons supplying a very small colony. As the lander approaches, several of the insectoid inhabitants excitedly rush out to greet the team. They relay that their collection pylons have been collecting less and less water recently. If they cannot find the problem, their situation will become dire. Ensign Gilius thinks they might be able to find the problem, although there is a small risk that they might damage the pylons due to the unfamiliar technology. I have the time stone. I have the time stone. This planet's atmosphere has a lot of charged dust that would generally strip away the pylon's catalysts. There we go. Ooh, we got some more iridium from the deal even. After very careful analysis and modeling, Ensign Gilius realizes that adding a very small continuous charge to the pylon conductors would stop the catalyst stripping caused by the planet's atmosphere. The colonists are delighted. As thanks, they offer the team some ingots of iridium they have refined from the sand. Nice. Save. Launch. Oh. Go away, please, so I can, like, do stuff here? God damn it. There we go. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Another world of the fallen empire. There are no there's something relaxing about exploring these ruins. I feel like I'm walking through Course of Empire. Thomas Cools. There is no obvious signs of conflict or looting, but the structures are empty of technology and resources, just miles of dusty corridors and chambers. You'd think someone would repurpose the buildings. Did he teach Xeno at the academy? I think I took that course on my first year. core of this planet is rotating faster than the surface due to tidal lock. The liquid layer acts as a lubricant. Interesting. I want to keep moving. Right, now that I turned up my mic, everyone's left. That seems to go par for my course. I love my life. What is closer? That looks closer. Nope, it's just gonna launch me right there. Got it. Actually, this is probably not a bad idea. Explore this system and then head up. And then we can come down. Well, depending on what we find here, we can... Whoops. Can you tell what key I was hitting? How are we doing titanium-wise? We need more. Okay. Oh, there's a wormhole gate right here? Wow, okay. That's interesting. Two familiar sights sit in juxtaposition. A crafted stone pyramid and a massive sterile structure of the fallen empire looming over it. Despite the large technological disparities, there are some architectural similarities. The empire buildings are, as always, cavernous, dusty, and empty, although the sheer scale makes an exhaustive search impractical. While the pyramids are more primitive than the empire structures, their architectural genealogy suggests they were influenced by the fallen empire rather than vice versa. The pyramid is slightly less empty. Its chambers are mostly bare, with some scattered debris indicating either a hasty departure or perhaps a post-departure looting. One hall has some machines, apparently ripped from the wall to strip away wiring, and Zingilius observes that equipment uses small electromagnetic relays that are likely repairable with 2 units of copper. A lot of wasted copper concedes that the job might require more copper than the original estimate. There we go. Takes sensing guys a few hours, but the end result is workmanlike. Computers are interesting. Composed of a small electromagnetic relays, they have a minuscule fraction of the computing power in a single crewman's survival suit, but they clearly were manufactured with technology ahead of Starcom's. Once powered up, they begin transmitting a seemingly random sequence of numbers to the external antenna. Field sensors just detected an energy flux in this sector. Have the team return. Alien Pagan, your vessel was detected near the source of the heretic signal. Reveal their location immediately. Wait, have we met before? Perhaps you are confusing me with another Emir who has yet to see the truth. Soon we will all be as one in the folds of the devout. A ship with the same energy signature was reported investigating sacred artifacts. Disable your weapons and engines systems and surrender your vessel to be seized and searched for heretic artifacts. Refuse. As expected, the pagan refuses help toward the true path. Accept the remnant's blessing. I don't really want to shoot those guys. We have observed you being harassed by devout ships. They have avoided direct conflict with this region until now. You're being attacked by devout Emir, yes. They are searching for heretics and demanded to seize our ship. How peculiar. I wonder why the devout would think that. No matter. It is not my business. We're being attacked. Brainwashed Emir. Or perhaps mind-controlled, yes. We are known for our tactical skills, bravery, and loyalty. Having whole ships abandon their duties to aid another without a better contract is very bad for our reputation. Why did you hail us? Our contract permits us to take on other contracts that are not in conflict with our primary. Perhaps you want to hire us to fight those devout Emir within guild space? Isn't it already your job to protect ships in guild space? Neither you nor the devout are full guild members, but transit codes bearers. We must refer private disputes to the trade guild, who have not directed us to intervene. The guild is not predisposed to them, but they are giving the guild a very good price. Sounds like you want us to pay you to solve the problem. It seems to be your problem too. Our cornets are reluctant to attack a fellow Emir, even a brainwashed one. Attacking them without a contract would be unconscionable. How much? The absolute minimum we could be hired for would counter the devote within guild space is 100 units of copper. This is non-negotiable. Would you be willing to hire us to provide support? Very translation call it important to them that the contract amount be at least this much. Perhaps they could also contract us. Yes, a nigh-puck counter-contract would be very agreeable to us. We would pay you 120 units of copper immediately upon execution of the internal contract for Starhammer to aid us in battle. We agree. Excellent. This will be a mutually rewarding contract. The devout will regret corrupting our brethren. So I paid them 100 copper, and they paid me 120. And the agreed upon null puck fee for your assistance in our endeavor. So basically, I gave them an excuse to blow up people. Which is all they ever wanted, apparently. Alright, turn that on before we end up regretting some things. That's actually kind of hilarious to me. I'm betting that what we powered up was that over there. And before we end up on the ass end of the galaxy and no way home... Yep, we did power that up. Whoa. Okay, this is where we are now. Flinger, gas giant. What is this, though? Lancer. There's another Lancer. Greetings, smooth and unfamiliar creature. You are in Starcom Space. Explain your presence. We are peaceful explorers from a distant region. We have recently learned from our agents that our rivals may have sent a spy into our territory to probe for weaknesses. Perhaps the timing of your arrival is coincidental? I assure you we are no spies. No spy would readily admit the fact. Unlike the Namir, we do not attack without good reason. If you give us no cause to believe you are spies, we shall treat with you peacefully. I can speak. Are you familiar with the Devout? Of course, the academics turned inquisitors of the Empire were the first cracks in the foundations. They have attempted to make converts among us, but our mind is too strong for their superstitions. Your questions reveal much about you. Your species must have only just reached the stars recently not to know this common history. Be careful not to display your ignorance too openly. You will be taken advantage of. Why do you hate the Nimion? They claim to pursue peaceful shared space. But in a shared space, they maneuver strategically to control vital resources. Then they threaten these resources unless their cohabitors acquiesce to their demands. If we do not keep them out, they eventually seize all. We are interested in learning more about the remnants. What can you tell us about them? Who are you that your culture does not have many stories about them? They are the remaining artifacts of the great fallen empire. Now the empire is gone, and her vassals jealously protect their gateways and other artifacts of power. What was the fallen empire? For eons, the empire kept peace within the civilized regions. Their technologies were like sorcery to the young worlds. Then the empire fell for reasons that are as mysterious as their artifacts. Now its former vassals fight over its remains. Yeah. Where am I at? Well, I need more titanium before I go home, but I also need more research, period. You know, it seems like I go from not saving at all to saving every 4 seconds. An unusually powerful seismic event has created deep localized fractures in this planet's crust. Numerous shafts provide access to deep lava tubes near where sensors detect veins of molten copper. Thinks they can cut precise holes with a mining laser to pool the copper where it can be easily harvested. Believes the plan is too much risk for the reward. Will allow the team to find some cooled copper deposits. Process of mapping is slow, but in the end, Innsprix is able to identify some significant deposits of copper ore that can be easily collected with no risk. We prefer no risk. He made a beeline for me, and that concerned me. Woo! Something showed up. This comet's brilliant color comes from unusual amounts of aluminum oxide collected from the star's nearby nearly acceleration disk. There's 150 points. We're getting there. A little over halfway. Wow. Part of a dreadnought has thawed out of the ice due to fluctuations in the planet's orbit. Signs point to it having been critically damaged in some battle centuries ago. Most of the valuable resources were salvaged soon after, but the lander's penetrating radar shows some valuable neutronium was missed. Looks like there may be additional fragments buried beneath the icy field. Ooh, some titanium. Based on Ensign Kepler's observation, the team melts through several dozen meters of ice to where additional scraps are uncovered. Also, 32 titanium. We're actually getting up a supply of some really unique and rare materials. Fallen Empire structure appears to be an arcology spanning several thousand acres above and below ground. As elsewhere, the labyrinth of empty, dust-filled corridors, Ensign Kepler, however, notes the dust near one entrance has recently been disturbed. Following the trails from these marks and the dust paths, it looks like someone recently came in and removed the only physical objects that remained within the entirety of these fallen Empire cities. Following the trails leads deep within the labyrinth structure to a single room which looks like many others save for the disturbed dust. There were several oddly shaped, immaculate patches amidst the trails. Or a gang of robotic vacuums just escaped. Thanks. Appreciate that. That's... yeah. May not have protection from us at any price. Okay. I believe it's you who wants protection from me. Based on the evidence we've seen, I'm convinced that these buildings were very dynamic, capable of adjusting not only their contents but layout according to their inhabitants' wishes. Well, isn't that fascinating? No anomalies detected. Actually, let's finish exploring what we already have before we go off into new places. Because we have all of this to explore, too. Damn, this game is big though. I'm having a lot of fun. We might. I was thinking about starting Star Sector again this weekend, but I'm thinking we might just keep going with this until we're done and then start up Star Sector. Cause this is kind of fun. I'm enjoying it, at least. Oof. Okay, there's a station. Devout and more expansion. Ooh. There's a fight going on. It looks like I have lost one fighter group. Well, there's a bunch of fighter groups that we've actually lost. Shield projector, yeah! Sorry, I got excited. That was a fair bit of copper, too, damn. I think we're good on stuff for a while, though. Based on our analysis of these components, we should be able to research shield technology. Device that allows transfer of energy to a shield bubble externally, expanding it to a practical size. Boo frickin' yeah. Gillis explains that this large structure is a mining impeller. Launched across a great distance, it would drive itself deep into the planetoid's surface towards a known mineral deposit. Once it finished extracting it, it would launch the resources into high orbit where a drone harvester could eventually collect it. This method of extraction had a number of advantages, particularly the small amount of sentient labor required. But it left behind the impeller head, which necessarily had to be made of a strong, lightweight material. Cool. Thank you for the titanium. I assume we didn't. Yeah, no anomalies. We'd like to trade. So, doink, doink, doink. You like Ethereum-ish. I'm gonna need that when I get home. Pooh. There we go. 200. There's some more iridium. 74. It does appear to be a scan of a presumably old document that transcribes a mathematical proof consistent with what we know of remnant language. 100 points. Question mark? Oh, that's the trade with us. We would like to trade with you. Remnant scroll for 44. So we lost 11 iridium on that trade, but I'm kind of okay with that if we want to sell it back. Devout debris. I suppose we could do the ancient calculator, get that out of our inventory as well. I kind of want to wait until we have oh my god amounts of gold and then do that trade. We have 450. I'd like a few more points because we're going to need 400 for the ship upgrade so that we can have more components and make a bigger ship. And then we're going to need my brain has stopped. More points, whatever it is, for shield tech. Who knows what that's going to cost us. I'm going to do it. We're going to just fly it. Kind of a weird ship design, but I also kind of like it. Oh, hey. It's our buddy. We'd like to trade with you. So you got beam parts. What else have you got? Anything you want? You kind of want silver. Really want sharium. I really don't want to give you sharium. That's a lot of yttrium. What have you got for titanium? You're a little expensive to buy titanium from. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I wish I could find someone that like bought and sold in titanium. Like titanium was their currency. That'd be nice. Yeah, execute trades. I'm gonna bet I'm gonna need some of that for my for my brain to work. Fields. That's the one. Yeah, this has got landing capabilities on it. Another city that's being co-opted by devout influence. And the trend expresses disgusted admiration for their ability to control the populace through a mixture of localized naturalism, conversion, and implied threat. Observes that the planet's industries have recently been redirected toward large-scale mass production of some unknown equipment, presumably military in nature. Whatever it is, it uses more radiation shielding than should be necessary to block active scans. That's reassuring. Oh, we've landed on 100 planets. I will say the politicking in this game is really cool and not what I was expecting. Like the ability to hire people and have people on your side and stuff. I was not expecting that to play such a role in the game and be such a choice. One iridium. In the lee of a planet partially submerged fallen empire structure is a small island chain. The chain was created by a meteor impact millennia ago, which left modest iridium deposits in the shallows, the source of the anomaly signal. The island themselves are covered in lush fallen empire flora. A few patches near the shoreline have shed their foliage. Imperial flora blight. Scrape some material from the bare plant's exterior into a hazardous samples container. Beautiful! We were looking for this. Because with that, we can help the one planet which can't grow food because of the Imperial flora. Surface of the planet is marked with irregular granite intrusions. These sometimes mark ore deposits. 55. Titanium. Oop, actually, we haven't explored this, I don't think. Another planet. Team lands in a small clearing on the edge of a vast forest that spans much of planet's temperate region. Biosignatures are so strong. Attempt to identify what triggered the anomaly. Detector. Large seven-legged herbivore with enormous horns. Its odd leg in the front helps it to navigate the thick forests. Leads the team through the thick forest for hours. Just when the team was preparing to abandon the search, spots movement just ahead using a stun rifle. Dazes the quarry long enough for an examination. I'm a little amazed we haven't run into any of the devout at this system, because it's obviously a devout system. Oh, Imperial Flora Blight. Parasite has evolved to use iridium as a catalyst to break down the planet's hardy genome for digestion. Parasite is the perfect candidate for the Aquarian colony's food problem. It can break down Imperial Flora, but requires iridium so it can be kept in check. That is a perfect candidate. We need to tweak its genetic code for the colony's biosphere. I need some more information on Fallen Empire flora, though. So, what does that mean? Okay. So, I am no longer... There we go. Talk about interesting jobs. Tomorrow, after I'm done with my haircut, I'm supposed to help my father rearrange one of his storage units so that he can put a casket in it. He does woodworking, and someone asked him to build a casket. Natural changes in this planet's temperature from orbit shift have trapped all the water as ice beneath the poles. So yeah, I have to help move a casket tomorrow. Which wasn't something I ever planned on having to say, but you know, here we are. Rain fell on this planet as recently as 100,000 years ago. I suppose that's recent galactically speaking. The canyons carved have remained relatively unchanged due to low wind erosion. There may be some modest mineral deposits. Damn! One of the fluvial channels has trace amounts of gold. On Price's hunch, the team follow it upstream to a mother lode. Yeah, definitely. That's right, I have oh my god amounts of... Oh wow, I was putting money on that having an anomaly on it. Whoops, that's not the one I wanted. Whoops. In this mode, I can't drag and drop. I just shoot. Alrighty. And again, no anomalies detected. Well, I guess we're going down the flinger. Actually, that's fine. What was the plan all along? Question was just, how much time do I take to decide? And there is something to check out. The shell of crater lies a neutronium-rich chunk of meteorite. Normally, an object of this density would have buried itself far deeper. It may be a rare surviving secondary fragment from another impact, now long erased. Nice. I mean, I need research points, unfortunately, more than... Well, I'll need the material, too, if I'm being blunt honest, because with the research comes a bigger ship, and with a bigger ship comes a need for more material to build it with. Been kind of quiet. I'm getting kind of bored. No, it turns out to be a disappointingly small chunk of aluminum. Barely enough to register with the scanners. Whoops, damn it. Interesting to have a flinger in system. Century-old wreck lies smashed on the rocky desert floor. A clean hole lasered through its side. The most valuable resources have been roughly stripped, but the ship's titanium backbone joists is largely intact. Looks like a rushed smash and grab. Weapon crippled, then the boarders took the valuable resources and launched it toward this planet. Probably hoped it would break up on entry and erase the evidence. Well, there's more titanium. There's a guild trader vessel. real quick. Sorry about that, guys. And finally, we're back to going into the unknown. Busy little system. And there's a blue boy. Actually, we might as well go here. Because we'll go out that way next. This planet experienced total. It appears the civilization acquired a technology to remove the toxin quickly. Unfortunately, one of the foundational ecosystems had already evolved to use the plants in its metabolism. It couldn't readapt quickly enough. This planet experienced total ecological collapse centuries ago. Its industries were heavily dependent on the process that released a lot of toxic pollutants into the atmosphere. The ecology collapse happened very suddenly. Interesting, actually. Tragic, and possibly where us on Earth are headed, but interesting. I wish I could get a better look at what the lander looked like. This planet is presently undergoing an oxygen catastrophe that will soon wipe out 99% of its life. That's fascinating and disastrous and unfortunate. It's also the way of things, unfortunately. What do we got for resources? Or research, I should say. 525, okay. So we should have a little. Ooh. Greenhouse uncanned? Unscanned. Uncanned, really? Guild Supply Depot. And a ring. Boo frickin' yeah. that button, that button, that button, this button. This unremarkable blobby protrusion is a sign of inverted magma protrusion. According to Ensign Pirks, and often contain iridium. That is unacceptable. Holy hell. That is acceptable. Holy hell. There's just not much there. Got it. Away! Several millennia ago, this was a planet-wide gigaplus, a monumental feat of engineering. Any records were erased long ago, although Ensign Trenton notes that the civilization was clearly spacefaring and certainly had the means to leave the planet. Whoever they were extremely thorough in extracting anything of value from the planet when they departed, including whatever the foundation of the ecosystem was. Lost Gigaplus. Because, yeah, that's a garden planet. Greetings, non-affiliate guild transcode holder. What do you wish to transact about? Learning about the imperial flora. The gardens of the empire were truly magnificent at their height. They developed and cultivated a wide range of species, both hardy and delicate. We have a horticulture database from a Chiron botanist on the topic. I will transmit it now. Was there anything else you wished to transact about? Well, let's see what you got to trade. There's that brass joint again. Anything you want. You want gold. But not enough really for me to really want to sell it to you. I mean, it's not worth enough, I guess I should say, to make me really want to sell it to you. I could buy more, but... Titanium, but I mean, we don't have much iridium, so there's like no point, and I'm gonna need some iridium at least. What is iridium used for? Yeah, 30 in the front deflector, 25 in the fighter bay, yeah. So I can make another fighter bay. Suction and smelly. And I think that's where we're going to leave it. We purchased the database on Flora and Fauna Empire Genetics. We can now conduct research necessary to modify the blight in the lab. Oh, whoops. In communication. Can we not? We have to return home to do it. Oh. I was not expecting that. Fair enough. This might be a good idea, actually. Return home, do the research, and then return out here. Why aren't you moving? Also, while I'm thinking of it, do you have 100 more titanium? Damn, we're far away from home. Alright, actually, first we're gonna go here. Why? Because I bought all that aluminum for a damn reason. I might as well use it. I mean, well, some of it at least. I don't need a 1,400 of it sitting in my cargo hold. Hey, there's some flak! Oh, whoops. I guess the missiles were kind of unnecessary then. Commander Citadel, despite the lack of support by a major faction, Starhammer has acquired a reputation as a threat to reckon with. We have further interest in your lands. Maybe, what do you need? We have now lost several deep haulers on several routes. Some of these have been in guild space. Such are the risks of business without the Empire to keep order. But our contract entitles us to compensation for piracy. The guild is claiming they have seen no evidence of aggression. We would like Starhammer to investigate the region where the attacks have most recently occurred. If you can bring evidence to the guild that these are deliberate attacks in their domain, we will split the compensation with you evenly. This failed last time. Why wouldn't we? Give you 100% of the compensation if the guild takes the matter seriously. I drive a hard bargain. Drive a hard bargain. Your negotiator pilot's a difficult deal. Damn! That was, really well negotiated. Not what I wanted either, though. I mean, you should get some compensation. I'm not gonna say no. See what we gotta do work with. Alright, I probably only need 400. That's 467 silver. Holy hell! I guess that's what 1,000 aluminum does for you. I wasn't expecting that kind of number, I'm not gonna lie. That is expensive. Until I need it, we aren't buying. Oh my goodness. But their gold is kinda cheap, and I know where I can sell it. Also, their titanium is kinda needed. I'm gonna have to make this a Luma run more often. Silver used for anything? Not right now. Missile launcher. I need 12 for the missile launcher. That's it. Got it. Yeah, this looks like a good trade to me. No matter how much aluminum, that stays constant. That is good to know. Cancel. Also, where is... Okay, so that's where we need to go to investigate. Okay. It's so weird to have my camera working so reliably right now. Just feels weird. I am having a lot more fun with this game than I was expecting. You study the remnant artifact. They must have collected this data from a very great distance, which allowed for observations we missed. You discovered very strange and interesting. We are sharing some data with you in case it may shed light beyond what you have already observed. If it's so weird, you could always smile and break it. Thanks. Thanks, Squirrel. What do you know about the last Tetrion? It is a myth associated with the fall of the Empire. Where did you encounter that phrase? The translator's pneumatic filter registered a strong signal during that interaction. I'd say it was surprise, combined with some negative emotion. Our archaeological vessel found a reference to it. What is it? What is the myth? There are wrecks of massive vessels whose hulls can scarcely be searched with the most powerful weapons, called the chariots of the remnants. Supposedly the Empire commanded taloniers who alone could pilot and control these vessels. Like all remnant artifacts, their operation was an enigma, even beyond the reality-bending mathematics of navigating their gateways. Supposedly, the Talonian turned against the Empire, destroying it in a day. The Talonian died, and its armor tore asunder and scattered. The evidence against this absurd scenario is overwhelming. The Empire certainly took years, if not centuries, to fall from its peak. A more plausible scenario is they or one of their guilds inverted the story to enhance the formidable image. The Empire collapsed from a more prosaic internal power struggle, exacerbated. Yes, this is your English test. Exacerbated by the independent civilizations and the rise of the devout movement. During the internecent, the trade guild expanded on the myth to create a market for trinkets, which, for a time, were considered a very fashionable way of ostensibly demonstrating great wealth. What do you know about the Imperial Trade Guild? The Imperial Prefix is a bit ambitious for a guild that scarcely ventures outside a handful of sectors. like the Emir Second Legion in their employ, they wear the tattered garments of their former glory. Figuratively speaking, something may be lost in the translation. But their traditions and charter do legitimately trace back to the fallen empire. They changed much for mundane knowledge, charge much for mundane knowledge, but fail to see the value of our free advice. Doing business with the devout will cost them everything. As a practical matter, they are the only group we are aware of that not only sell artifacts, but purchase them as well. Data storage device, complex filter, optical detector. What do you want? You kind of want aluminum. Yeah, not much here. Thank you, though. Anything here to, like, go over? Nope. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Combat. How goes it, Commander Citadel? We're continuing to piece together a history of the space from our archaeological findings and your recent discoveries. Learn anything about who controlled the Empire? Excellent question. The name Empire implies an emperor, but if we look closer at the Universal Translator's matrices, we can see that the word was chosen to reflect the hegemonic power. If the Empire ever had an emperor, they were never referred to past the Middle Period. But the later period, the Empire was controlled through a complex power-sharing contract between several factions, including the legions, academics, and trade guild, plus an enormous bureaucracy. Found wreckage of a remnant ship. I know, that's very exciting. As soon as your ship pinged, I downloaded your logs, but what caught my attention was the brass pillar you found. One of the records we found in our data review described the brass fragment of a talonine awaiting restoration, followed by some missing text and the Star Lance. There's also what looks like a map, but I'm not sure how to interpret it. The scale is all wrong, but a referencing document claims it would take a century to sail around east to west, but never by north to south. I'm sending the details to Ensign Pyrrhix, in case you ever find a planet with such weird topology. The Ring! That's the Ring world. I bet you my bottom dollar it's the Ring world. Oh, what did you get for resources? Some more silver, some more titanium, and some palladium. Commander Yule, I suppose it was only a matter of time before these new Red Raiders launched an attack. Well, I suspect the Athelia and could have handled them. It was lucky Starhammer was nearby. This emphasizes the importance of reopening the wormhole to bring in more support. We're all counting on you. Is there anything else? debris with containers from our home universe. Any idea why? I'm sure you recall that your promotion brief, the CIE device Starcom equipped was with. To minimize the risk of early detonation, they had to send the raw materials ahead, which contains quite a bit of degraded xenium. We lost 3 cargo ships in the process. We managed to clean up the debris in this system, but some of them must have got caught in our neighbor's orbit. How should I respond to hostile factions? Initiate hostility with another faction. Can we repair? No other questions. All for now. Research. So, Imperial Blight. It's 15 points. Success! The new life form can clear the Imperial flora from the colony and release nutrients. Then they'll be able to grow their own food stocks. Nice. 15 points isn't that bad. Shields is 150. Thanks be to God, I stayed out and got more. Cruiser hulls. So that's an explorer hull. Yeah, there you have it. 75. Saucer and Dreadnought. Fascinating. What's the difference? 125 allows construction of a saucer bridge, smaller in max size than a Dreadnought, with a larger support crew and a lower resource cost. So it's Star Trek! Field reduces the energy cost of shield charging by 20%. Slow the amount by which our shield naturally discharges when energized. Less power is good. Alright, let's take a look at this. So this is our final Explorer. Save. New ship. Cruiser bridge. What does it need? Insufficient. What does it need? Neutronium 2, Etherian 2. Don't we have that? More is needed. We need 2 more Etherium and 2 more Neutronium. Okay. So 9 Neutronium and 8 Etherium. Come back, researcher. I need stuff from you. Also, you're kind of just hanging out here, which is a little weird to me, but okay. Trade. Cruiser bridge requires 15, so I need 10 total. And shields require 12. Cruiser bridge requires 20. Oh my god, that's expensive. I mean, I could just get rid of the adamantite right now. I still wouldn't have enough. His prices aren't bad. It's just expensive as all hell. Well, poo. And we need more neutronium for the shield. Shields require 30. Poo. We might want to actually open up trade routes with those guys. Well, oh well. Or we could go to the Illumina people. That's always an option too. Alright. It is 1 o'clock, so I'm thinking we're gonna go drop off the sample. Lament our life choices. And then head for bed. Given your interest in the whereabouts, we could sell the gateway coordinates, the last warp, for 2 iridium. You want us to pay you so that we can look for your missing ship? Yes, in exchange for the pledge of assistance, we are offering them at a very generous discount. Fine. If you find the ship, you are entitled to any mineral salvage, but let us know its location. You can deliver it to any of our ships in this region, or our permanent supply depot. A cloak ship attacking in your space. He uses many excuses. Light trade. Charter grants exclusive rights. So they have 30. I need 17. That's actually not so bad. That is a little bad. All of a sudden, I'm more inclined to get rid of stuff. Colorful toy. Oh, first, reset. $800. Because that allows me to get silver. I should just buy aluminum whenever I can from these guys, because I don't really seem to want it, ever. Still making iridium with this. Execute the trade. Maybe we'll upgrade our ship before we... And communications. So now we've got another... Oh my... I am so glad I bought the rights to that. I really didn't want to have to do that by hand. Alright. 2 iridium is a small price to pay for that. Okay. Potential threat? From what? Is it that thing? I think it should not be a threat. Yeah, the guild trader is apparently a potential threat? Question mark? Whoops. I trade with them. I sell and buy, and so the guild compliance officer verifies. Have the team deliver the new life form to the administration. The administration is visibly delighted. This is a wonderful development. Our food situation has relied too heavily on traders who often could demand unreasonable prices. We will incentivize merchants to give a Sledge Starhammer favorable pricing. Oh! My goodness! Talk about favorable pricing. I need shields for this. I need some for the shields. Unfortunately, I can't just buy your aluminum. I really kind of want to buy the Imperial container, but oh well. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Reset. There's a part of me that wants to sell the titanium, but probably shouldn't. Yeah, 30 for the shield. Um... I guess go to the log. Can we have? I suppose I could just leave it. I can't sort. What are we looking for? We're looking for. Oh, wait. That's not what we're looking for. mission symbol, ship log, whoops. Entry. Nature is literally very good at finding paths to extract potential energy. NAT. Nature is generally very good. Good trading. Good trading. Save and close. Everyone wants us to look for their ships because we're not unknown. We're independent. That's what I'm looking for, and fairly strong. Seems to be the general assessment. Whoops. 215. Oh, whoops. Reset. 1000. 29. We'll just leave it like that for now, I guess. Exit. Thank you, but we'll pass. Given the increased threats facing us from multiple factions, I have signed a limited alliance with the Goriar. Despite some questions about their motives, it at least bad option available. We'll be providing them with redacted logs from Starhammer. They will continue to provide information related to this universe and the remnants. They have also given us a loan of some resources for upgrades to be repaid at a future date. I don't like it. They seem a bit too generous. Why? They're not just investing in an alliance with 2 Starcom ships. They are investing in an eventual alliance with all of Starcom once you help reopen the wormhole. But your concern is not unwarranted. I've set aside some of the initial resources from the Gorier have delivered for Starhammer. Is there anything else? No. Should respond to hostile factions. My current directive, you are authorized to use all necessary force. That's what I needed. All for now. Research? Do I have any? I have 25 points. Not really worth it. New ship. Cruiser bridge. New ship. My, what have we gotten ourselves into here? So, we want at least 2 of these. Fighter bay. And I'd like a few missile launchers. Beyond that, the sky is kind of the limit. Oh. Alright, why the hell is that doing that? There we go. That was not what I wanted. Missile launcher here. So we want at least one crew quarter in here. I would like to go with 2. But actually, why don't we put this down here? We're gonna need a scanner. We could do crew quarter. Actor, reactor. How much? I got 40 right now. Shield. What do we need and why don't we have it? Palladium, we're good. So the neutronium we don't have. What uses neutronium? That uses neutronium. I need 12 neutronium for the shield gen. Okay. Well, something to keep in mind at least. So that's our yttrium. Exhaust vent. Exhaust vent. If I did that, why? It's not the titanium, it's the nutrium. Fudge! Well, we could do just a couple of generics here for now, at the very least. Lateral thruster there, put one there. Dorsal, dorsal. Where are we at titanium? There's 3 large engines worth of titanium. Survey lander. Scanner. That one engine is the issue. I put that there. What does it do here? I mean, it's a matter of toasty warm or toasty warm. I guess the question too is thrust 95. Is it more worthwhile to just lose the thrust? Or nearly equivalent to empty space for thermal dissipation. That is saying something. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Other weapons. Energy weapons. Oh, we don't have the yttrium for fixed guns. I did not put any fixed guns on this. Well, there's a thought. So if I put some connectors out here, and then add fixed gun, fixed gun, fixed gun, fixed gun. It's something to work with eventually. Bulkheads. Aluminum and titanium. Things we kind of have a lot of right now. I need the neutronium. Something fierce. There's one neutronium. The shield generator needs a lot of it. Oh, really? I can just put that on the front there like that. Okay, I won't say any more. I mean, I like armor. Armor is great, don't get me wrong, but I don't really want to use armor because of the iridium consumption. They act as dead space anyway. So maybe if we do this, it'll keep them cooler. Yeah. There you have it. And we got holes for when we get the yttrium for the cannons. There's 25. I need 50. In order to put large wings on the sucker, I need 50. And I only have 35, or 33, so it's gonna have to wait. Our peak. That's a battery. Energy. Our peak is less than our energy production. I could put 2 small batteries in. Question mark? I could put another reactor in. Oh, that's kind of connected there. Got it. Could pull this, put that, and then reattach that. And we're pumping out power. We're not storing much. What's our speed? 17. Void speed of 131. Cruiser. Save. Load. Wow. Final cruiser. Load design. 19 AU. Okay. Versus 16. Fair enough. Oh, question mark. Aluminum, gold. What does 50 titanium? Yeah, we're good on gold. We need the titanium. We could actually pop this guy, pop that guy, put that guy there, pop, plop. Max speed of 18. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. We want to put down that hole, though. Put more batteries. I don't really mind if this 19. So the warp or void goes down. I don't really care about that much. Nice. So it looks like we've fixed some of our gun problems. And some of our other things. This is looking good. 25 points. Havoc perimeter defense creates a brief circle of explosive flak around our ship. It is practically effective against light targets like missiles and fighters. It can be selected and triggered like the other secondary weapons. There's also a button for it. Options, key bindings. Plasma auto fire, fixed fire, havoc perimeter, alpha 4. Whatever alpha 4 is. Is that F4? Oh, it's charging. Okay, so one havoc system is a lot of havoc. Havoc defense fighters. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, I think we're good. I wish I knew what Control Alpha 4 was, but it's Numlock 4. You're not Numlock. It's the number keys. Alpha 4 is number key 4. So 1 is fixed, 2 is missiles, 3 is... I don't have it yet, apparently. Probably the laser beam. 4 is the Havoc system. 5, I don't have it? Question mark? Maybe shields. 6 would be fighters. Yeah, Alpha 1, fixed fired missiles, lasers is 3. 4 is Havoc. Oh, okay, so Havoc perimeter versus Shroud. Gotcha. Well, that's our beast. We'll get a chance to use it probably tomorrow. So, thank you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had some fun today. Plan is to be back at this again tomorrow, maybe Sunday. We'll see. And yeah, keep plugging away at it, keep learning about the galaxy, keep exploring, keep having fun. I'm enjoying it. I hope you are too. Discord is always open, you guys. We'd love to have you. Links to the About Me page, or feel free to ask the bot. Try and keep you up to date with what's going on in life, and when I'll be streaming there and when I won't. And yeah, that's what I got. Can't say it enough. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully the mic situation is better too now. That would be nice. So yeah. Thank you guys again. Stay safe, everyone. Be careful. And if I don't see you sooner, I'll see you later. Good night, guys.